Okay, go back to events. So cons challengers, I think all we had left was that one priority one assignment. Recruit Scott, Reliant events, earning augment reputation. Oof. Might do some grinding on that one. Cons champions, we got 2 days left there. Find our one that pays out power, steel, and ore. That's officer intel or transporter patterns. So fleet commander upgrades, cosmic cleanup, an artifact hunt, building and research upgrades, and then material mining. Take a peek at this and see if this scores. I question if it will. We'll see. Ooh, that might not have counted. Okay, so regular armadas it is. I mean, bicycle, how are you doing today? Ah, I'm doing well, thank you. Just gonna try to figure out figure out a quick and easy way to do some of these armada events. I don't know how many that they. I haven't looked at even the scoring yet. No, it's super super hot today, and I don't feel like doing anything outside. So I figured if I'm going to sit in here and play games, I might as well do it on stream. This is going to take a few armadas, isn't it? The safe space. No, we actually got a heat warning going on, and they were talking about uh real field temperatures in what, like 106 this afternoon. I don't know if it's actually going to get that hot or not. Well, it's still about time because it's 15 15 minutes per armada. So people don't it's people don't have or use speed ups, then it can be a little bit daunting. Which if it comes to that point, then I'll just send my vindicator and join anyone that starts one. Ah, thanks for subscribing with your Prime Meat Bicycle. I appreciate that. Yeah, they're expecting it to be feels like 108 this afternoon. Oof. So I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna go outside if I don't have to. Okay, Federation Armadas. We had a couple going earlier. I don't know if they're still going. I'm guessing like every team in the server is going to be in this system. That's missing a big chunk. Yeah. Yeah, that's the downside about being at work. You can miss some things, that's for sure. So we got like another augment grind thing going on for the reputation. So we can work on that while we're doing armadas. That ship's bigger than I thought it was. Oh, you work from home? Well, that makes it a little bit easier then. People must be drinking and barbecuing. Yeah, that's definitely a perk of the nice weather. Yeah, as long as the weather holds out nice, people have a lot of opportunity to do some things, and a lot of the parks and stuff have been really busy around here over the last few weeks. It was really good to see people getting out and having a chance to enjoy. Yeah, this evening I'm probably gonna gonna go do some shopping in some air conditioned stores. Ah, I caught a tan and 3 fish and 1 angry crab. Yeah, that's always a good use of time. I'm inland in, like, the freshland waters, so I don't get an opportunity to catch any crab at all, but every once in a while we catch clams. Well, the good thing is this cosmic cleanup's gonna get really easy easy to complete today. I was gonna say there's gotta be more than one explorer in here. Nothing worth eating? Yeah. Well, I mean, you still get the sport of it at least. I mean, there's a I don't know, kind of like a sense of accomplishment that you can fulfill at the minimum. And it's kind of like practice too, I guess. So you take advantage of whatever worked this time to know that it was either a good bait or a good tactic or even a good area. Or time even, just knowing time of day was good. Hopefully big fish in Scotland when you go up in August. I'd go up more often, but it's 8-hour drive. Yeah, that's a long drive to go for fishing. I'm very fortunate. I live in an area that is very very dense in lakes and fishing opportunities. Don't have the warp range. Crozier that can't make it to the 60 system is kind of surprising. So when you go up to Scotland, is that like a guided like buy time on a boat type of a trip, or is that like coastal? Usually when I do a big drive like that, I'm gonna go out on like a guided launch or just like a good weekend or week. Yeah, we'll give that a few more minutes. You go up every year fishing, paddleboarding, and walking up a mountain where my dad's ashes are. Go for a week minimum. Don't tend to stay in one spot. That's a good that's a good variety of things to be able to do for sure. Because some of that stuff you can do different weather things. Wild camping. Yeah, that gets to be a little bit more fun and it's definitely a little bit more cheap. Yeah, I've done that with one of my buddies. We for a couple of years in a row we were renting camping site at one of the state forests. These are state or national forest and it's primitive. They have like an outhouse on the grounds, but and then they have like some spots where you can fill water jugs, and that's kind of about it. It's kind of set up so you can pull a camper in or pull in or put up tents. Yeah, it's definitely worth having something handy. Even if it's not anything that you think you'll ever have to use, just having that peace of mind that you have preparation for when shit hits the fan. I've definitely been in areas where like I know that there are bears around and never know never know where they might wander around one night. Well, at least the dog can kind of give you a heads up. Even if it's even if it's not on the defensive side of things, at least it's just awareness. Well, I mean, sometimes the simple dogs like that are just more fun to have around. Why is there Voyager here? Oh, they must be planning on killing their chaser. That doesn't even actually work. Like my positivity. Since I haven't got the dog, there might be a link there. I don't know. I've always kind of approached life with the thought that there's not a really reason to be too negative. I mean, obviously, you can only have so much control over your emotions and your thoughts, but what you can control, you should try to control in a positive way. I'm really curious to see what kind of scores people are going to start posting for this leaderboard for the augment reputation gain. There's going to be people like Groper here that can do the auto grinding and just run away with it. I mean, that Reliant might not have been a really bad pickup for some of these folks. I really thought about it myself, especially since it's kind of early in the augment loop here. But kind of got to the point now where I have so many blueprints stored up that it doesn't pay to purchase a full ship unlock. Like a do it on day one kind of thing. don't don't ask, do. All right, so how many points does that get on the leaderboard? That's 49th place. That's gonna be hard to stay in a paying spot. Maybe get a top 10 if you keep active at it. I'll have to think if that's worth it. Okay, go do faction dailies. Yeah, some of these events are very weighted heavily towards payers. All right, so we have the away team's research event I've been waiting for. I've got 2 days left on my P1 assignment. I'm probably gonna let that ride today, get some time off the clock, and do that one tomorrow. Since it's a 2-day event, and there's a lot of times where they on these 2-day events, they have a secondary event that starts on day 2. So if you do everything on day 1, all of a sudden day 2, you're kind of short. Alright, well, I've got that ship, outbound. I'm going to grab a quick break. I will be right back. Okay, back. How many armadas? How many points did that count for so far? 500, so a quarter of the way, so roughly 20 armadas. There wasn't any bonus based on rarity. Any armada. Okay, this is actually only a 1-day event. So might be able to rip a few of those and hope for the best. Where are we at? Down there. I'm actually really surprised with how fast the respawn rate is. Oh, this is the first time in a while that I've come into this system and like all the 67s and 66s aren't dead. It's just 65s floating around. Hopefully I don't leave it that way. I think I do a pretty decent job of knocking out things in a fairly consistent order. I think we're actually gonna start getting full groups of people going on now. Or maybe more than full. People are gonna be jockeying for position.
Hello.
Hi, Darth TARDIS. How you doing today? Thank you for the follow. Hi, Retro. Yes, it is hot today. They are predicting 108 for the real field temperature today. Yeah, Minneapolis, it's I don't think we I don't think we've actually hit the 90s yet. Oh, we have 93, we real feel 104. Looked at it a little bit ago and it wasn't that warm yet. But then I realized I had my clock set to Miami and it's like 10 degrees warmer here right now than it is in Miami. Cat ran outside to lay in the sun. Oh, I thought you were gonna say that your cat turned right back around once he realized how hot it was. He's mad. He wants to go outside. Yeah. Okay, it's actually handy having a spatial rip open in the system. Yeah, the animals will definitely overheat and could even get some sunburn action going on too. I've definitely seen that happen in the summertime and the dog gets a real pink belly. Well, that's good. We're filling these up now. It'd be kind of nice if they had the starting mechanic for some of the scoring too. I understand that's not the goal of this event, but sometimes it's just rough waiting. I'm kind of surprised that most people don't have Armada speed ups unlocked yet. But I guess I don't know what level that actually opens. All right, that one's full. The other event that's really popping off is the augment reputation one, and I don't know if I really have it in me to grind out reputation like that. Try to knock out some priority one ATAs and see if anything comes up lucky there. I can probably do two of them if I can get them to pass. I don't particularly need. I've been doing these events wrong the entire time then. Because I've been prioritizing the crit chances, but in all reality, I really don't care. At least not for this one. I've been doing this wrong the entire time. More loot, less grind. Do I have 24 hours? Oh yeah, I've got 24 hours. I'll have to hope for a little bit of luck later when this refreshes. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I've put zero emphasis on trying to make sure the health has been good, and I've been looking at crit chance just out of habit from the regular armadas. Yeah, that's definitely been it's definitely been advantageous. Uh just gonna give my spot away, I guess. Yeah, tier 2 with synergy. I don't think I have. I've got her at rank 1 still. I'm gonna have to hope for some the speed up tokens today. 'Cause 17 3 days and 16 hours, 3 days and 6 hours. That's gonna be a little bit. Tier 3 with the, con coins. That'll be a good spend for sure. I got my crew spread out a little bit because of the Armada event now. Yeah, there's been some good value in the officers that I see in the store this month. For my gameplay and my style that I like to play, they're definitely filling some, well, even with the actual event store, you get a lot of choice and options. That's been really, really advantageous. I've got a couple of epics that I want to unlock, and I think I'm gonna end up having enough to be able to do one of the two. 'Cause I've got to unlock DeMarco and Vale still. And there's kind of a path already for DeMarco, so I'm probably gonna leave her out and do Vale. But she's in one of the stores. Comes in this one. She wouldn't be in this one. Yeah, they're all in these ones. Yeah, they've done a really good job about making the sourcing available pretty early here. Like when they have the next door, I think I'm gonna end up having all of the Wrath of Khan ones unlocked. Yeah, I've Joaquin unlocked really soon here. Savik is gonna be really close. Gotti, by the time we get done with that event, I'll probably be pretty close to 3/4 of the way with him. I don't know what there's left for shards. Oh, I was hoping they're gonna have some of the officer shards in the overflow here. But yeah, I mean that's still just a handful to unlock. That's not really bad at all. We ran all the armadas out at once. Well, the good thing with this event that there's not any level tied to it, so you can technically go start level 26s if you really wanted to. I shouldn't say if you wanted to, if you had to. We don't have Odo? Yeah, any of them that are shortchanged are deficit. I'm missing 2 of the officers, I think. Which that reminds me. I actually need to have the officers in the Armada to make a point. I don't know how many points I'm gonna have. I haven't been paying attention. 60? 120? Probably 120. Reading is hard. Yeah, that is kind of a bit of a new mistake, but sometimes the events that they write are a little more complicated than others. Well, and my alliance mates have a very strong habit of not using stars in armadas. And so I brought a bigger ship because they knocked me out of the armada that I had called the spot for. That only showed 90 points. Okay, yeah, I guess that checks. A lot of people don't actually even call the armadas here. It's a pretty lazy and haphazard style. And I spent time in most of my time in the game has been in other alliances that have had, pretty strong starring methodologies, like where the Armada leaders are expected to star people that call in, or the Armada leader is expected to, call for power or something like that. That way the expectation is if you see yourself on the list, you know that you have a spot to the Armada. That way you're not wasting 15 minutes sitting around and just to get bumped out at the last second by somebody with a stronger ship. Or at least you know that you run that risk. That's how most of the alliances that I've spent any bit of time in have operated. But as the game ages, I think people become more relaxed, and the amount of armadas that can be ran is significantly higher. So it makes it really easy to be more relaxed. I was running the Vindicator sucks. I think like another tier, maybe two. It'll have a little more bite and be able to hang in there a little bit longer. I'm not used to having ships that blow up in these armadas. People are actually starting to call to him now. Well, it's starting to make a little bit of progress with people. It helps if we can get like a group of 7 people around like this, because then we can just keep speeding them up and speeding them up and reduce the amount of time that we're doing this event. Seven folks. I didn't expect to see a GS31 up here. Okay, 3 armadas of the system might be a little bit greedy, guys. Their positions do not even line up with the armada circle. Like, I've seen them be, like, that far away, but this far away is kind of impressive. It seems to be the only one in the system that's that bad. I don't know how long it's been going on, but I've been noticing it for a few months. Eight more to go. I was thinking about looking, but we got a pretty good group of them running right now. We got a few of them knocked out in pretty quick succession, but it's been a little bit. I'm about halfways, so I need 11. Having trouble getting our 7 that we need though. But we got 3 running at the same time now, so that shortens the time span at least. It gets a little tougher when there's only one person running them. Yeah, these are the third of what I need. So it'll be just 6 more after we get through these 3. Like a half an hour. That's weird. We can get like 10 people trying to join one armada, and then like the next 5 armadas, we struggle to get 7. Yeah, the G6 scoring must be really funky right now. G6 Armadas. I'm just grateful that people are able to start the rares. Yeah, it's a good opportunity to share for sure. It feels weird to be doing this outside of away teams, not the away teams, alliance tournaments. Yeah, it's definitely good to be able to get your fair share of things at least. I mean, that's one of the things that I've tried to teach others around me is that just because somebody's asking for power doesn't mean you have to give them everything, give them all that you have available. Like these G5 armadas, there's zero reason for a G6 ship to be there. Like there's not even a reason to have a G5 epic in one of these. unless you're soloing something. But if you're doing armadas with other teammates, then yeah, it doesn't do any good for somebody to bring a 5 billion power ship to the 2 billion power armada. Yeah, like my general rule of thumb is I try not to have my ship be more than half the power of the armada. Like if it's gonna be like a Voyager starting it or an NX starting it or something like that. Just to try to give anybody else that would join a fair shake. Because I know that if you're half the power of the armada, you're gonna take it down no problem. Unless I'm just trying to build up some credits, because every once in a while, like I just need to whale out and throw my biggest ship with a full-on loot crew at it and grab one player to take the second chest. Because I don't know if they give that much more directives these days, or if it's just easier to accumulate them. But I never feel stressed for having starts right now. Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem that we run into is the distribution of powers can be disparaged greatly. I should have I should have looked at this one when we had it. Like we're probably most of the people that are in this one right now are pretty similar in chip strength. So like it's balanced at least. Because if you have 6 G6 players with G5 epics that are all around the same level, you know, everybody's getting a fair cut. That's not a big problem. But you know, like if you have somebody with a Sanctus starting it and somebody with the Crenshaw running, tips the scales a wee bit. Like the Enterprise Ds don't really need to be here. Because if everybody came in between like 500 and 800,000, it'd be kind of perfect. 500 and 800 million, that'd kind of be about perfect. Everybody would be on equal footings at the equal footing at that point. Hello, James Bond. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Cottontail. I am playing Star Trek Fleet Command. What were you guys up to? How was your stream?
Hello.
Thanks for the follows.
Hello.
I screamed at a bunch of times.
Hello. Mm. Bello. Mm. Bello. Mm.
Thank you, MC Shizman. Thank you, Cluster Duck. Hello, Jorg. Welcome back. Hello, Zero G's. Alvi Man and Trek Diva. Thank you for following. Appreciate that. Yeah, we're just working on the Armada event today. Trying to talk about the goods and the bads of it all. I got one more teammate that's trying to get the get their ship here apparently. Hello, and Harry, how are you doing today? Still laughing about that. What was screaming at you? Who was screaming at you? Was it just chat? Is your chat really screamy? Ah, the game was lagged to death. Oh, that's unfortunate. Mine's been running pretty good today. I've been last few days were kind of hit or miss on a few things. It yeah. Oh, jump scares. Okay. Yeah, jump scares will get you, that's for sure. As a viewer, I'm kind of in the same boat, you know, like especially if somebody's playing a scary game, I will I'll spam the sound alerts if they got them. We lost someone. They clipped it. Well, that's good that they got some clips out of it. I need to put exclusions on what can be set for clips. I was just thinking about that earlier yesterday because was in another stream where somebody was mentioning about having links blocked and not being able to get clips submitted inside a chat.
Hello. I was just wondering where the turtle was for the redeems. He seems to be missing. Did he get lost in the 100-acre woods? Oh, bother.
Did I skip the turtle? I don't remember if I left the turtle off on purpose or if I was just well, I don't care. I'll add the turtle. I got no problem adding the turtle in.
Bello. Mm.
Thank you for the follow, Pi Francisco. And thank you for the bits broken wolf. I appreciate that. Turtle is enabled, so feel free to slap the panting turtle on the stream. I know there's a bunch of these that aren't enabled. There it is. I do like the turtles too, I'm not gonna lie. I gotta figure out where I've got the links blocked too. That's what I was doing. I think that somebody had mentioned that there was a way to disable links that didn't match a rule. There's only like 8 different spots to be able to look at this information too. They didn't get blocked in Automod. Thanks, James. Appreciate the raid. Enjoy your grass touching. There we go. It's like I know one of my guys started one of these things up here. Oh, there we go. Block hyperlinks. Okay, so I've got the links unblocked. There we go. And let me pull it up on stream.
swimming in it like Scrooge McDuck. Oh my God! Damn it! Broken Wolf! I swear to God! What the hell was that, man? God, where did it come from? God damn it! Right into my ears! Yeah, that was loud. That was loud. Ow. Damn, I hit my freaking hand. Yeah, everybody suffers from that jump scare. Yeah, I know.
Icing on the cake from Ingram too. That was a good one. That's a good farmable one to post on the other socials for sure. Well, it's one of those things like that's good because it can be edited down. So like having that a little bit long doesn't hurt. Okay, so this event is only scoring G6 solos if you're using one ship. That's weird. Well, I did try it with my two biggest ships are fairly comparable. Yeah, because I had my cube and my Negvar. So technically my cube is still the biggest and I should have got points, but I didn't. But there could be like I don't know if some of that boils down to like attack percentage too. Yeah, that's very true because that number that I see could reflect PvP values too. I could just at least try it the next time with yeah, well either way, they're too close to really be able to know for sure which one's going to end up being actually stronger. So I would have to probably send like the Titan as my third ship if I really wanted to use 3 ships or something. Use the cube, my Daenerys, and then like Titan. Or just do 1 ship. Or continue doing these and helping the Alliance. My Vindicator is getting a lot of action today, sister, with these things, so. I've done it before where I split the crew between my two biggest ships. That's kind of usually when it was like um a funkier setup that didn't really go with the objectives. I'm just using my Vindicator, so that's as small as I can really reach up here with, I think. I can't really account for anybody else. Like, I know that we can do we can do these with like 2 G5 rares, no problem. So I mean, we could probably be running G4 epics if we could reach here. Depending on how that comes in power wise. Yeah, I'm not sure if I can do a G4 rare up here without shenanigans to get it here. Yeah, it'd take a little bit of shenanigans. I don't know how much. A lot. So I'd probably need a Viscerator to open a tunnel up. Ad break. Oh, that was a quick ad break then. The yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we could take these down with 6 G4 rares. Yeah. Oh, I definitely agree. Like, I usually grab the smallest ship that I can. At least that I can get away with. Vindicator's made that really easy to find one. Because even if I might not have the power to cover the person, if I enable the taunt, I can usually pull enough damage away from them that they can solo the rest on their own. I think the one I did yesterday, I went 20 out of 23 rounds or something like that. Yeah, I think I'm at the point where it's just getting ready to start. Yeah, it's at T5 right now, so probably like 7. I figured like 7, it probably starts making that flip where it's going to start getting a little more power. I've gotten through the research, I'd say pretty decently so far. I've skipped a little bit of the actual Vindicator specific stuff. So like last night I just maxed out my warp range that I could for it. But I've got everything opened. I've been focusing on the Isolytic Defense protocol just to assist with the Augment Exiles. But as it comes through here, yeah, I'm gonna do like get the shield recycling and stuff built up on it. My biggest goal right now is just try to get it to the level where I can get to G6 solo armadas with it, and then filling in the research. Which it seems like you can earn the stuff pretty decently to do some real good targeted research with it. That seems to be at a pretty decent pace. Yeah, 3000% damage is a big impact for sure. I think I decided that I got the Isolytic defense up as high as I'm gonna take that for now, and yeah, that's probably what I'll start working on next is getting the taunt damage up, and because we got it up to 840 warp, so I can throw Grush on there right now, and I can get into G6 with it. Yeah, the GS31 with the multi-beam. I don't have the GS31, but I'm looking forward to seeing what it can do. Or where it can fill some needs in the game. I haven't even noticed that it has hazard research. So they do intend that to be used outside of waves in G6 territory. I suppose the new 70 system kind of comes together around the same time that the GS31 did. Like there's a correlation there. I don't know if that's like weird timing. That one new too? I haven't made it out that far. Yeah, that could definitely help with hostiles. That would be a reasonable replacement for that'd be a reasonable replacement for the freebooters not being in G6. Yeah, but I didn't know if that's tied in thought wise. Like the GS31 be used with that for that event, like if there's any kind of a correlation with that or not. Because they plopped on the map pretty close to the same time, I think. $68 uncommon armadas with it. Yeah, that's interesting. Like, that's good that they're putting multiple uses for these ships, especially specialty ships into the game like that. Well, there's so much Armada research too, and there's so much stuff around it that's kind of bullcrap that it makes it really, really enticing to focus on the Armada research. Yeah, that 70 system is all surveys. Yeah, there's some kind of event. Yeah, there's a lot more utility behind the relativity than it looked like there was gonna be right off the bat.
Bello.
I can't say for sure. Thanks for the follow, Kalimvor. Yeah, I don't know if that's what they made it for or not. I haven't been paying that close of attention to level 70 things yet. It's good to know that they keep on adding later game content though. Because there was a long period of the game where like the new generation had like nothing special to be able to do. Because like I don't know if they've really had any top end content like that since G3. I don't remember G4 or G5 getting anything for 50s or 60s. Oh yeah, they're definitely speeding things up. I mean, they're kind of doing that prep for G7 thing. Because it's probably easier to get a player at 65 interested to go to 71 than somebody at 58. Like they've probably learned that from G4 and G5 what the what the correct formula is, what the conversion ratio is. Yeah, G5. I've been noticing that with players in my team. Like, I saw people hitting G5, and then yeah, like going around in these events today. I'm like, oh, they're 61, they're 63, they're 62. I'm like, wow, that's proper progress. And we've got people that are like hanging in the 40s, and like, no, there's so many opportunities to get stuff. I mean, when they redid the daily events, that kind of realigned a lot of that stuff, because like the biggest hurdle was always commons. They redid the breakdown of the latinum on that, and then the next biggest hurdle was getting your par steel, and they give that stuff away. Some of these people are a little bit on the squishy side, but that's skipping like the G5 epics hurdle. Some of these people are skipping G5 epics to get their G6 uncommon, which is a little bit weird, but I think that's probably the right way to do it. Thanks for the bits, Broken Wolf. Yeah, I've definitely seen people are a little bit low on the research, and I don't know how much it is a mistake. I mean, I shouldn't say skipping. I should say that they're not prioritizing having a maxed G5 epic to get into G6. I'd say that's more accurate way to put it. Because like the very first days of G6, it's like the G5 epics, you needed to have like a really strong one. But yeah, you still need it because there's so many things that require at least 2 or 3 ships. Yeah, like a good like T5, T7 goes a long ways. Long ways. But I think that goalpost really seems to be like the T9 on the G6 uncommon. You can get your cube up. That really makes a huge, huge leap. And it's not a competition for resources between G5 and G6, so you can work on them at the same time. Yeah, T5, like I think T5 is like the perfect starting spot for a ship. That's when they become like really usable. I did 1 G5 uncommon, and I did 2 G5 rares. Yeah, the Terran efficiency favors are definitely something that are worthwhile to have. Ooh, I also have 66 in the oven right now. I don't know where I'm sitting with my titanium. I haven't evaluated that. I've got a little bit of a road to get my shuttle bay caught up right now. Um, but I'm getting pretty close to being able to get my shuttle bay to 66. I think probably by the end of next month, there's a really strong chance I'll be able to build my 66 rare ship, whichever one I end up going with. Yeah, the cloaking. Like, I can't believe how stupid cheap cloaking really is. I don't get it for every ship, but I try to make sure that I have a good ship with it. Yeah, I'm hoping that before I actually get to the point where I can build the ship, that I'll have my Terran favor for being able to save on some of the blueprints. I have plenty of credits right now to be able to get the blueprints, but being able to save helps. And cloaking is something that's really worthwhile and useful. A G6 favor just before Selkie, that would be very useful because that's a good jump up. Yeah, the correct Karen information armadas. Yeah, that even just the Borg Polygon one's been really good too. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good discount. Yeah, we were playing with the relativities last night, trying to get a feel for where our strength is at currently. Yeah, I was actually just looking at that for the first time last night, and I was really surprised with how many BPs that they have in there. I mean, I thought the Armada chests were generous, but those ones look a little bit better. That's crazy that you're like halfway for a Scimitar already. Got to be careful with the relativity tiers, though. The higher you get, the less of a chance to get for the uncommon and rare. Boy, that's a double-edged sword. Because yeah, if you get your relativity too high before you're ready to advance, then yeah, you could really leave yourself hanging. Any updates on new CCs yet? I haven't seen anything myself. They still got the program open. Faction credits are definitely easy to get, easier to get. Yeah, the G7 BPs. I'm interested to see how that's gonna be scaled. Yeah, I mean, it sounded like it's kind of a manual review process. So I mean, they're going out and kind of looks like they're, you know, looking through people's content and trying to engage with or see what their engagement is and, you know, understand. And plus they've got um the different avenues that they're having the CCs with right now too, because you know, like I imagine like the tool creation and the website creation people will be a little bit quicker of a review process, but the um you know, yeah, their content creators was definitely a lot of room for time. I I think it would, I'm imagining that it's going through like a pretty, like probably like a 2 or 3 phase review process, because there's gonna be some people that are easy no's. Form was very Scopely, like yeah, I haven't really seen any other, you know, like equivalents or anything like that to compare it against. Well, I think they need to have like a balancing act, because I mean, they need to have people that are definitely gonna give them valid feedback too. But, you know, like there's definitely a promotion aspect to their program. I mean, they're looking to have these people promote their products and, you know, put some well-rounded thoughts out there. Well, yeah, there's a certain limit of it that's gonna be problematic for reputation, but you know, just for
Hello.
improving themselves. Hi Siggy, thanks for the follow. How are you doing tonight? I think that there's definitely room for criticism as long as it's constructive. You know, like there's nothing wrong with saying that an event is crap as long as there's saying, you know, like this is the way that the event gets improved. Or this ship is not going to be as useful as they're planning for it. If they change something in this way, then, you know, like that can bring benefit that they didn't think of to the players. You know, things like that are definitely things they're gonna benefit from. First BP overflow, nice. The sealed the sealing rod chunks that you get off of that are really useful. It's the internet. I think people are used to seeing caps lock issues from time to time. Yeah, that would be kind of my fear too, is having a little bit of a filter. Ad break. Yeah, I don't think there's any room for not getting realistic feedback. I mean, you can go to the Discord and understand what player sentiment is, and if it's not reflected by the content creators, at least at some level, that content creator is not going to do well overall. I shouldn't say not do well overall, but they're not going to be realized as a resource for players unless they can show the players why things aren't as bad as what they think it is. Then that's something that DJ's done a few times where it's like, you know, guys, come on, this thing isn't as bad as y'all are making it seem. Just needs to be done this way. But yeah, having that thought of, you know, like having talking points that you have to make on like a daily or weekly or monthly basis or something like that. It's just nah. Well, Revs burned some bridges in the past with them. Yeah, that's kind of like what this game is based on. You know, it's a matter of what you have to put in. It's either time or money. Yeah, arenas, there's so much PvP imbalance in this game that arenas are just not. Well, and the time that's involved in it too. It only feels like there's 2 hours in a day that I can engage with it. So it makes it tough to be able to engage in arenas, and then yeah, I don't partake in PvP activities, so I don't have a lot of PvP research or officers or anything like that. So I go into arenas and I am a marshmallow. I can go around and kill the hostiles, with the speed crew and stuff, but yeah, I was I'm still surprised with how Copley handles Rev for sure. It's a very good resource that they have available in him and a really good audience to reach out to. Yeah, I think I've heard that. It's been a while. I actually had more luck doing arenas with local teams in my alliance than I have with the remote teams, remote matches or whatever they call them. Public matches. Public matches haven't worked out well for me, but I have trouble getting the um I don't think Ryan's is in the same server, but he pops into chat pretty regularly. I'm on server 34 in the US. I don't think he was on 34. Building your 66 rare right now broke. I could feel that. Mine's getting close. Yeah, 34 is it's a pretty well populated server. Have rough idea on power and rank. Oh. I never thought about assessing the people that I was with. Or joining with. People people would boot me if they had the opportunity. I'm starting to catch up a little bit on that research though. Like I kept up with it really good through like isolytic damage and defense and stuff, and then when they came up with the apex barrier, I was like, I kind of lost the faith in the PvP side of the game with Apex because it just became a thing. It's like, okay, like they come up with a new feature to kind of even out the game a little bit, and they do that, and then they come up with another feature to even out that portion a little bit more, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh well, now there's this one that defeats that. Okay. Is that off of like the stfc.wtf site or whatever? I think it's got a couple of different. There was another version of it that I was like, oh. Yeah, I haven't dug around in there a lot. I did see that they had a lot of the ranks and leaderboards and stuff. Yeah, I see they got the arena rating. Yeah, my problem is my rating is super, super, super low. Hello, Crowdo. Thank you for chatting. Yes, it's a it's a nice website. I caught wind of it really early on, and it was just really only about the like the power rankings and a little bit of the server info. Really nice to be able to see all the stuff that's been enhanced with it. Yeah. Yeah, when when the website came out, I was doing pretty well on the rankings on our server and stuff. It's actually been really amazing to see over the last 6 months how many players have made the leap into G6. Yeah, I've featured your site on stream a couple of times when I've had new players pop in and asking questions. Yeah, see, that's crazy. I'm at 133rd on my server right now as a level 66. Well, a year ago I was like top 20, hanging in the top 20 for quite a while. It's been a real interesting road. I did take like a couple months off last summer though too. Just grease the palms a little bit and make the statistics look a little better. Maybe there could be a way to have like a custom vanity page for your server or something. Yeah, the cross server leaderboard bending, yeah. It traditionally has been a strong correlation between that. They did it for a while as part of like the incursion preparation stuff. Um but they didn't keep it that way very long though, I don't think. Looks like all of mine are 17 and 34. Sometimes I question how much you can judge that. Sometimes like the scoring leg keeps like the leaderboard positions. But like it could be like old data left over from the last run more than anything. Or maybe it's like a dev. Or do you have a merger? Is one of the servers in a merger coming up? Because they announced like three or four pairs that were getting merged. I think at this point the mergers probably aren't that bad. Because they've been doing that for quite a while. So I mean, worst case scenario is, you know, you don't have a, you log into like a level 1 account. But I mean, that clears up within a week. Oh yeah, the G6 mining can get very crowded. The way to get around that is you pit two alliances against each other so that they start a war. And yeah, you just do something to get the two biggest alliances on your server mad at each other. Then the nodes open up a lot. We have 2 to 3 server rogues that clean. Gotta be lucky that you are not one of the cleaned ones. Also, we have one alliance that you can't pit anything against. Yeah, there's no kings in a game like this, especially when it comes to miners being out there. Yeah, there's the only thing about that is the level 70s will mine outside of the range of what your normal people can get to, but yeah. Yeah, we have our biggest alliance kind of fell apart and merged with like the second or third biggest alliance. And then we had another one that kind of jumped around between being the biggest and second biggest. They're the strongest. They're not necessarily the biggest all the time, but they're the strongest. They have the highest level of competitiveness and people that are equipped to be doing PvP and stuff like that. And then we've got like a really quiet alliance that just has a lot of people of power. And we have a really good code of conduct set up on our server too. Like outside of having, you know, like inter-alliance wars, there really isn't much of problems with anything. Like there's people that do like a one man vendetta kind of thing, but that's still considered, like a war more than anything, because it's not just people being running around with ships just trying to be dicks. It's people that have a vendetta for what they see as a reason, a justified reason. And the strongest alliance is competitive as hell. They were like 2 to 3 times now worldwide place 1 in alliance tournament. Every time place 1 EU wide. Yeah. I mean, there's gonna have to be eventually in the game, that's kind of almost an inevitability. There's gonna be like a congregation of the competitive and stronger players and stuff, because even some of those things doesn't need to be all the 70s that grow together. I mean, even like 50s can put an impact into certain areas. 50s and 45s. Some of that stuff can be done really well by people that just have the time and effort. That would be interesting to get kind of pitted up against alliances and like a 1v1 type of situation for something like that. Kind of like the arenas, but have like an Olympics type of weekend type of thing. Cover of Toxic playing in the background. Yeah, the honestly, I've always had like some lo-fi music going, and I was in another stream earlier this week, and I was like, oh, like it was kind of like a lo-fi cover of a song that I had heard before, and I'm like, oh heck, that's a great idea. True, but when you get hit by a 153 billion power cube in territory defense, can't really do anything against it. I know. I've encountered my fair share. It's frustrating, but it is what it is. You can only do so much. You only have so much in your control. And yeah, that's that's kind of the way the territory is these days. Well, even territories, it's always been easier for a lower level alliance that has a lot of activity to be able to hold on to a territory than it is for a alliance that has like a few heavy hitters and is kind of active to try to take it. But I think the game's getting to the point where they're removing enough of the lag that it's actually tipping towards the power side of things more than the active side of things. Yeah, you've always been able to. The lag has been a benefit to the active team with the small ships, because we were always able to do that with the um Rialtas and speed crews, just running them around the system and almost impossible to get attacked, so you're able to keep your numbers active throughout the entire battle, even if you couldn't hold the nodes. You know, like because somebody that's battling on the nodes is having a tough time trying to control 6, 5, 6, 7 ships. But somebody that's just running their ships around the system, you know, like you're able to do those 6 or 7 ships, and you can do your repairs with the lat and get your ships back, and just keep it going, and have, you know, like not very much more than 1 point missing. You only have to be there at that one particular tick for each minute. But I haven't had a territory battle in a long time, so I don't know what it's like right now versus like a year ago. It's always been a fun strategy though to be able to have that underdog win. I've been a part of that a lot. I don't remember seeing fire running one up here before. I probably only need like one more armada too. Yeah, we kind of thought for a while that the remake of Territories was going to bring back some of the territory battles and give people incentive to move around more, but hasn't really been the case on our server. People seem to be satisfied with just having a territory and getting whatever the services they do out of it. Yeah, usually we've seen that. It's usually between those top 5 alliances, and we're outside of the top 5, so I don't get I don't feel that heat. Usually it's a temporary thing too, though. Usually it's like a day one takeover kind of thing, just practicing more than anything. Yeah, I wouldn't be upset by a forced map reset. Rev, how's it going, Rev? OPC hunting today? I myself am not an OPC participant, but I'll short my my protected cargo. I thought about it, man. The this new augment loop made it really tempting. I'm not gonna lie. Especially with the people with the Reliance just sitting there, it's like, that could make some of this so easy. It doesn't help with the reputation, though. So, like, I'm running around doing the reputation grinding and, you know, getting all my reps going, and I'm like, oh, perfect. And then by that time, I'm like, okay, I can do my max refine anyways. I haven't looked at the statistics to see if there's like any real big benefit to doing any kind of a punch up, or if it stays in the lower limits if things are fine. 5 million uncommon, 5 million rare, and 25 million common. Man. That's a good chunk. That's a real good chunk. I had no idea that the Reliant had that big a cargo capacity either, I guess. Sharing is caring. There's been a few times in life where I have thought about putting on my Rev Do shirt and enjoying the pirate life. The hardest problem with that is our server doesn't have an alliance that is, you know, like row breaking slash I shouldn't even call that row breaking. That's maybe I should just call it stricter row following. Because like the only systems in our server that are technically protected are ones that are behind a token that is limited. But I think that's even gotten relaxed. Well, yeah, there's a lot. I was looking on day 1 for the upgrade event. I think there was like 35 on the first day that I purchased it in the bracket that I could see, at least. I don't know what the other brackets had looked like, but there's been a few. There's been quite a few. I imagine they're out in full force today. Oh, Rev's got to be having a heyday today then. That one? Yeah, they cover the ranges. Actually, the spot that's worth looking is like right here. There's a level 70 that was sitting with one here earlier today. Okay, that ship's not there anymore. Oh, that's... That one looks just as weird. I don't know how often I actually go over cargo. Because like even like when I exit the mirror universe and I have a ship that's well over, I kind of expect it to get hit, but a lot of times it doesn't. Because like most of the players on my server that do the OPC hunting are like in the upper 30s and low 40s, and they see a ship that's like 150 mil or something like that, and they'll pass it up. Yeah, he was in the other system before. Yeah, 11 mil common, 2.5 uncommon, 2.2 rare. How much does that thing hold? 40 million capacity. Those do have a lot. I had no idea the cargo hold was that big on them ships. Yeah, I don't think the mining ships is really worth it for the most part. Like that protected, like that cargo is not hard to acquire, especially with like the token systems and Eclipse space. You can feed those real heavy. A lot of territories have G5 nodes now. But yeah, the specialty stuff like this is where it's at. Like the Swarm was always the big one for me. Getting those frequency modulators. Is that really over? It is. Awesome. I really wanted to feel the desire to go out and try to grind the augment rep today, but I think that there's enough players that have the Reliant that it's going to be tough to keep up with. I did one trip with a half-assed crew. With a good crew, I can probably swing like 1 billion. And to place on this leaderboard, I'm probably going to have to get 20 by the time this leaderboard's done in 2 days. At least 10. That's a lot of holes. Yeah. These days, yeah, nobody's really going after Franklin, especially now that they can be archived. Should be able to get my syndicate up to 48 today. You don't even use it on the Ops 32. Yeah, there's so much research in the game these days that has some targets towards the faction ships that it's like, you know, unlock it to get the loop, but actually using it is kind of, I wouldn't call it a waste, but it's definitely not giving you much of an advantage. All right, did we have any other events sneak in today that I didn't see? That Reliant one, Cons Champion. I have to try to see if I can squeeze together another P1 assignment. My ticketed event, I probably got that completed. That one's completed. This one, I still have to do transporter patterns. Decide if I want to do fleet commander elevation. Oops. I don't know if I've got anybody in transporter patterns that I really want to focus on getting leveled up. Maybe Picard? No, that's the wrong Picard. I think I've got all these ones maxed already. Cisco Hammer. Hammer even worth it? Michael Burnham. Yeah, maybe 4 of 11 would be worth some. I don't know how many that were needed to be able to finish that one, but that's probably not enough. No, that one is enough. Okay. See how busy this is looking today. That's not bad. I don't know what the reputation gain is on something like this. 2600. That's probably not significantly jumping. That's 500. That's going to be boosted significantly with research and stuff. Carol Marcus, I guess, too. You've been trying to grind it so you can do the champion mission. Yeah, I'm hoping to I'm hoping to get some stuff. I mean, the biggest thing that I've noticed is just trying to make sure that you can do your double pulls where you can in the faction store. I think is where the most significant needle movement is. Because yes, keeping stacked up on the double pulls has been definitely helping. Of course, that comes with some of the research rewards of doing the favor for the loot boosting has been really beneficial towards some of that, I think. I have not been doing the favor for the faction reputation. I wanted to make sure that I had the loot boosted first. But I think I've got it maxed out for my reputation level now. So my next one is going to be the my next one's going to be the faction rep. Hitting the mines, they losing all the loot. I don't know if you actually do lose the loot in here. Most of the time when you blow up, you get to keep the stuff, but with this being like the warp core overload. Yeah, warp core destabilized. Might change things a little bit. I'm getting close to my next level. I don't know which milestone it is. Avenger 2. I'm 4.2 million away. Like, I'll make a pretty decent jump when I get the, boxes unlocked today. I think that'll unlock, like, almost 1 million reputation points. Assuming I can do a double pull on my... Hello, Madrox. Welcome in. Thank you for following the raid along. How was your work?
Bello.
Thanks for the follow, Chrono. Where does that put us? Where does that put us? Oh, that's fine. No worries. 2.4. That was that was better crewing and stuff, but at home work, but still crappy call center stuff. Yeah, at least you get to have some pretty good choice in your environment, at least, though. You buy pack, I'm getting the bonus BEP pack tomorrow, but what do you reckon is a good pack after this? I don't even know where to get to the store half the time these days. I'm buying the battle pass right now. I haven't even looked at the bonus battle pass stuff. It's kind of tough to suggest a good pack to buy because that's going to be really, really, really highly opinionated. But I do like to focus on anything that can benefit multiple ships. Like, I'm a real big fan of having like an extra fleet commander slot or even like an extra research queue. Which one's the con cash? Oh, that gets you the access to the redemption for the extra stuff. That gets you the 1 token here. And that gets you... I saw the bucket this morning when I was scrolling through. Was it the... I don't remember if this is the... that unlocks the Comms Officer Depot. $20 one? If that's what it is, that's probably not a bad deal. Where am I at? I am in the US. I'm in Minnesota. Yeah, I'm not prioritizing a lot of spending right now, currently at least. I'm kind of enjoying the coasting ride right now. Yeah. Yep, same state as Tarpey. Where customer service goes to die. Yeah, there's definitely I've come across a couple others that do streams out of Minneapolis and some of the surrounding areas. Well, collections is definitely a rough one. If you get to work on some like the debt consolidation stuff, I could definitely see that you would find some people that could be grateful. But just the work in a call center for a month and you become antisocial and give up on humanity. Oh, that's tragic. Auto finance collections, yeah, that's probably a pretty rough one. There's probably not a lot of people that are happy to hear from you or work with you. never done the call center work. I have worked customer service positions that do have like on phone tech support kind of stuff. Most of it is just recording information to create service tickets to send out technicians to visit locations and stuff, but for their whip or you're sending the boys around. I mean, that's definitely the gist of what's going on. Oh, you deal with it in Canada? Yeah, I've definitely heard like all the provinces can have such a significantly different thing for so many different rules. Just had Scopely tell me the favor I just purchased was not available for my ops level and will show up later. Then they auto close the ticket. That's kind of a weird message. Not available for your level, but will show up later. Does that mean they're going to give it to you or that it's only going to become available once you reach that level? Yeah, people do get brave with that level of anonymity that comes with not having face-to-face interactions. Yeah, that's weird that it was even shown to you if it's not something that you're supposed to be able to purchase. You had one old lady say that you had a lovely voice and sounded like her dead husband. I don't think I would understand how to respond to that one either. Like, I don't know if that's a, well, I'm sorry situation or a thank you situation. I wonder if they hired new people because they were having such an overflow of tickets, or if that's an actual resolution that you would expect. Because if it's there, I mean, it should inherently be available. Thanks, Badrox. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's not a real resolution, Broken Wolf. Did they at least refund you your items that you spent to get it? Yeah, that sounds like that's something that needs to be escalated. Because all that sounded to me is like their intent was that it'll become available again once your ops level is appropriate. Twitch on mobile is so bad. Especially when you're used to mod view. But I do agree, it is a much different experience. I don't get the opportunity. I don't have a any kind of smart device or anything like that that plays Twitch on the TV. So I do like the screencasting, and it's not that great. Not bad, but it's not great. Yeah, picture in picture is definitely beneficial. If I didn't have picture in picture capabilities on my phone, I'd probably never use Twitch on my phone. I'd probably end up having to just buy a tablet just to have a device that was usable for. But they don't really have a way to show you anything that has it other than it being grayed out. Like, if it's clickable, it's clickable. Because, like, they don't say anything about levels there anywhere. As long as they don't try to blame you for clicking on something that you're not supposed to be able to click on. I don't know if I've heard very many stories of those favors being really funky like that either. Tell them to buy a dinner first. I was trying to think of like what cartoon it was that I had seen that referenced on strongly, and it was South Park. That's pretty close. I don't remember what the episode was, but I remember Cartman just going off. What server am I on? I am on server 34. Op 64.8. It's a very specific number. I'm on op 65.997. Not being able to go to Casa Bonita, that sounds right. Yeah, I got the operations building started. All I got to do is hit the speed ups whenever I decide I want to go. This a Terrapad one. What rare ship am I getting first? I haven't entirely decided that. I'm leaning heavily towards getting the Klingon one, which the name escapes me. I've been battleship heavy because I went to Daradex to Negvar, and then I've got the Cube. Yeah, the Kaskari. So I didn't really want to go for the Titan, but I've got the reputation and credits to be able to get the Titan. And I may get that because I'm very heavily researched for battleships. But I haven't decided if I want to get more than one rare ship or not. Oh, the human centipede. That's like a tough would you rather. I have not my alliance likes to run them at times where I'm not on or not playing. Like they do it during the day a lot. It does. And it's like the afternoon shift and the late night shift are the ones that usually run them. I could have jumped on a couple earlier today, but I was trying to get the battle pass or the cons event Armada thing finished. I didn't want to get crews all swapped over to go do one or two of them real quick. They were only like 43s or 47s anyway, so it wouldn't have made a big difference. But as people are starting to get the relativities unlocked and getting an opportunity to get them up to levels, so we'll start running them here pretty regularly pretty soon, I think. Yeah, we tried one on last night, actually. Like a 53 or 57, 53. And we came just short. I went back and looked through the logs. We had all the shields down, and we had half of the hull down on the last leg. But I went back in the logs and we were missing hull breach on that leg. So I think if we would have had hull breach, it would have actually killed all 3 legs with them. Yeah, I've been really impressed, especially having it in the event store. The parts was able to give it a good jump start to get it up to tier 2 right away. And then tier 3 is not that big of a lift. I don't even know what tier that they were, 5 or 6 or something like that. The smallest one was 5 or 6. The biggest one was like 8 or 9, I think. Mine's only tier 2 right now. I skipped out on a bunch of the BPs for a little bit when I was taking a bit of a break. T6 on Tuesday for the relativity. Yeah, that was the thing. We only had two strong relativities on at the time. So we did the bottom leg with the G6 ships just to get it knocked out. We didn't have the resources available to do all 3 that way, but we did the top 2 legs with relativities and we almost had it. Yeah, T6. I feel like even like T4 is kind of where it starts to gain a little traction from what I've been seeing here. So yeah, we've been, like doing the our bigger guys have been anchoring for the little guys of just getting them the starter chests to be able to get them that little uplift. But yeah, we're getting to the point where we can start doing them as intended. Yeah, starter chests have been the biggest thing, so that's one thing that we've been trying to do ever since the like NX-01 and Voyager and anything that has like the big warp range boosts. So we've been having people just as far as they can start a bigger armada. Like if you get the starts, we'll get the armadas complete for you. and that's helped with a lot of the people to get their advancement accelerated with this stuff. So now it's starting to come around, and these people are able to kind of jump in and assist and have an impact here pretty soon. Yeah, the loot bonus is definitely going to be something I look forward to once we can get that fully implemented, fully running. We need to find like the sweet spot where everybody kind of meets in the middle on the power level, and figure out whether we need to be in like a 53 system or a 50 system or wherever, and then start working our way up from there. Because we got everything else figured out for, just running G6 ships and relativities and stuff just to knock them down. Or people actually had relativities.
Bello.
Thank you for the follow, Jomobai6. How you doing tonight? Yeah, I think we've got a couple of them that are in like that T6 to T7, T8 range. I think we have a couple that are T8, a couple that are probably in like that T6 range. So we're getting close to having it. Just a matter of having everybody online at the right time. It gets a little bit easier in the summertime because a lot of these folks have kids and they get with the kids staying up late from summertime. A lot of times the adults stay up a little bit later on the weekends too. Yeah, no, I was watching Ultimate DJs on Thursday night, I think, when he was doing relativity tests. There was a lot of real good information that came out of that. I need to go back and look at some of the summarized information. Was it earlier in the week? Yeah, either way, it was a good one. Yeah, that's the thing I need to do is kind of just get that rough power estimate figured out and get an understanding on where things need to be for people. I had a pretty good pull with the concept behind it, but I was trying to get my team started on it, and it was a little tough because I didn't know exactly where where things were at, and it's hard to ask people to experiment with them directives. Yeah, two relativities. I mean, we've got like the winning combination that we need to be able to get the armadas done, but I really want to get us pushed to doing the full rev thing or full relativity thing. I haven't looked at that graph yet. I think I had heard about it, but I haven't looked at it yet. I just know there's always like a good amount of information available for almost any question that you have, though. That's one of the best parts of being part of a community of nerdy and geeky people. Is there's always somebody that's going to analyze the data and put it together in a digestible format. Let's the people get their helps in for that event before we speed it up. I'm gonna grab a quick break while ads are rolling here. I didn't know what that song was for a second. I thought that was gonna be like a lo-fi version of For Release. See where we're ranked on the leaderboard now. $22. I think if I get up to 10, I'm gonna be able to hold on to like a top, like a 25 to 50 position. I think it's gonna be hard to do a top 25 though. The Reliant owners are gonna come out in full force at some point. Well, they're still gonna be able to do the auto grind thing though. Because the ship still has. I guess I'm going off the assumption that the hijack D7s have a higher loot or higher rep than the ones. Okay, maybe they don't. I assumed that they had higher rep. Okay, so there's not the distinct advantage. They just have the opportunity to auto grind is all. Well, yeah, there's there's other benefits, of course, but for this particular event, the win comes off of the ability to just sit overnight. I mean, it's like 10. I don't know where they come in at. I was figuring that was probably about the right level system for most people right now if they didn't buy the upgrades. But so it's like 10 times the rep that I can gain here. That's a balancing act. I mean, they can go hit with a normal ship and do their normal grind with it and still just leave that sit and do stuff in addition. Yeah, it depends a little bit on loot crewing too. Yeah, if that, I never really thought about that doing a much of a boost to the reputation, maybe. Yeah, I thought about throwing Peril on for it. But I'm kind of more interested in stacking up some of these epics right now. I thought she worked on rep too. Oh. Yeah, she doesn't make a big impact for me for being able to do this punch up. When I get down to the level 60 system or 58 or something like that, then she's worthwhile to put on. Yeah, that's kind of what I got set up on my max loot crew for my grinding activities. That seems like a big ask to have a G5 Epic doing these ones. I do need to get some more. I do need to get some more tears on Rachel Garrett too. She's proving to be a useful companion. I'm gonna go grab my water really quick that I forgot to grab when I came back. It's hard to be able to get a double pull set up for these. Yeah, the Epic Splazers. I'm not quite at the position where it's easy yet. I'm getting closer. I'm getting closer. Yeah, I expect to have actually with the little boost I'm gonna get off of the syndicate level, I might actually be able to try that on the 62s here. You have a blue house with blue windows? This is one of my favorite songs when it came out originally. No, from the Syndicate XP, because I'm gonna have the isolatic attack and isolatic defense come up on my next Syndicate level. Yeah, it's practically inevitable with the launch of G7 that there's going to be some kind of a refresh to it. $218,000 XP. Oof, that ain't much. That ain't much at all. Yeah, but I think it's. I don't think they're gonna wait till G7 to launch it. I think it's gonna be one of their roll-in items. Because it'll be something that they can do to start building excitement for people to start getting that mindset of advancement. Get the 70s that have slowed down on playing back in the game just to be able to click on boxes again at least. Well, some aspects of power creep are a negative thing, some aspects of it are a real positive thing. Like when you look at that 12 billion powered cube, some of that's a little bit of a negative thing. I think some of the worst parts about it are the dilution. Like they do a good job of making sure that the newer items have some relevance, but the some of the really old stuff is problematic for trying to make an improvement because like your 50% hull HP increase is kind of tough to have a have an effect for. Red Day just soloed a Cardassian Uncommon Armada with a max loot crew on a Corey. That is, see, yeah, like that aspect of the game and doing things. That's good. That's awesome. You know, like there's been, I'd say the one thing that they've done really well. There's been a parallel between the power creep and the economic payouts too. Like it's not pushing people past without having the resources to be able to keep up with it too. Yeah, Zindi and Silence were definitely hard in the beginning, especially the Zindi Armadas. It's amazing how fast the Zindi Armadas came around though. And Cardassians. I mean, one can be said for some of the Starbase research related to the Cardassian stuff too. Like most of us have had an opportunity to get quite a ways with the Cardassian Starbase research stuff. So I mean, there's a lot of attack power and stuff built into that, but just the other general Armada things, and you know, like fleet commanders and stuff that have had an impact into some of that has been really amazing. Ooh, I fly too close to the sun on that one. And lost. G4 rares can do a lot. Yeah, that's something I've been noticing is, well, the G4 epics were always really mid anyways. But like there's things that well, G4 rares are doing now that we're using G5 uncommons for. Which I mean, that's good because the G4 rare stays like one of the more valuable ships in the game for a long time then. I was a little bit disappointed that they didn't keep up with the loot boosting ability into some of the other generations. That would have helped out a lot of different areas. But it works really well right now for their progression push. Because that helps get the people to push into the 50s. Oh, did my ship just get lost? I might have lost my ship in space. might have gotten knocked off course from a solar flare. I haven't had that happen in a while now. It only really seems to happen in like G6 situations. All right, let's restart. Is it something that happens? Oh, my ship is actually out there. Usually when I do that, it shows up back at base. And if it ever isn't sitting in system like this, it's usually just getting attacked by the D7 when I click into the system. The Connemara challenge is definitely a challenge, like 4 hours of no speed ups. Yes, it's a grindy. I mean, if you had the officers max and stuff like that, sure, yeah, it's not that big of a problem, but I was getting 90 points at a time, so I had to do what, 23 of them? We had a pretty good run going for a while where we had like three armadas running at one time, so it was never more than like a 5-minute wait. There's players out there that probably do. I'm just saying it's in the realm of possibilities. Doesn't mean it's something that some of us would consider reasonable. I'm not gonna shit on other people for how they spend their money by any means, though. I may laugh at them behind their back, but that's a different thing. So I think I've killed none of these so far today. Maybe one. Ooh, that one took a lot of hull off of me. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that can be appreciated about this game is everybody that does spend money in it keeps us out of having ads and keeps the game alive. Although they probably need to spend a little bit more so they can fix some more of the bugs, but every little bit's progress, right? You're just jealous. I wouldn't say I'm jealous of people that have more money and spend more money, but I would definitely say that I wouldn't mind a little bit of it. There have been times where the game has been worse and has had more bugs. I'm not gonna complain about the state of the game today. Like, even the things that are buggy usually aren't that bad. Because most days the game is playable, and that's kind of at least the most important thing. I mean, I hate to say it, but we're kind of due for a rough one. I do like the comp chest programs that they have, especially with um the emergency rations, because that gives me an opportunity to get the what is it, the Galaxy Recruit tokens or whatever for the Alliance tournaments. That's that's actually something I look forward to getting, is the comp chest, just to get that. I know I shouldn't jinx it, but man. But I mean, that is a free to play one. You just save up the emergency rations and cash them out for Alliance tournaments. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of them. Well, you can get two Alliance tournaments out of it though too, because there's one task for acquiring the recruit tokens, and there's one task for spending them. So it's like a good double dip situation. Yeah, it's only like 8K, but I mean that's still pretty decent pay. I'm not afraid to take one of the 8K ones. Yeah, I know that there's definitely ways to be able to do it, but that does rely on a little bit of luck. I think half of the luck that requires is actually making sure that some of your other alliance mates don't snatch the good ones. Because that seems to be something that I run into a lot is the good tasks get swept up right away. And I have horrible refreshes. Oh, that's very true. Yeah, not everybody gets the same value out of them. Like I've got some people that really enjoy doing the ones for the grinding. Because you know it works in with some of their other activities that they're doing in the game anyways. But like any of the hostile grinding ones, like I just can't reasonably do at all. Well, how many 10Ks can you have available at once? Because I don't think I've ever seen more than like 4. We've been running into that problem too, me bicycle. There's differing levels of activity. I don't think any of the grind tasks pay out more than 6K either. Yeah. I know we've got a process in place that the comms are supposed to be following for setting up the refreshes, but it doesn't always work out. That's assuming that I'm on long enough to be able to benefit from some of the refreshes too. Yeah, we actually got pushed out of the Master one 2 tournaments ago. We got back in this last one. Because it happened over like Memorial break. So half of the alliance was away on vacation. They had holidays going on, so it was a really, really, really shitty time for them to be running that event. But I think we took first place on the the last one here in our division thing. You're the main character. I mean, I think everybody should have an effort towards it because there's real big benefits. I mean, it's one of the better payouts, the better area of acquiring things in the game. I mean, I would be happy if everybody that doesn't do anything ends up getting even one of the 750s. Yeah, it's been tough to kind of focus. That's kind of one of the harder things about the the store is, you know, it happens and then a month later you have to remember what you were trying to what goal you were trying to accomplish, what area you're trying to work on. You have to go back and go through your particles and see which prime you were working on or which ship skin that you're partially done with that you need to finish off. If I was smart, I'd make a list. But I think right now the thing I'm going to focus on is getting the discovery, the Prime Valor. I think it was the Prime Valor stuff for the discovery warp boosting. Yeah, artifacts is a great thing to do out of it too. I mean, there's choice and there's options. I know Samo was having a discussion about, you know, like what kind of changes would be good for the store, you know, and one of the things that came out of that was, you know, like taking things out as a negative thing because if you're pushing and aspiring to get to the store and if it's gone by the time you get there, then, you know, there's a morale decrease there. But, you know, like if they add things to it, then it becomes, you know, an enhanced value. I'm just hoping at some point they take out the things that you already have. Yeah, exactly. Take the stuff out. Yeah, hiding things would be useful. There's been a couple of times where I accidentally clicked on something where I was like, "Oh, wait, I don't need that anymore." I think it's one of those things that it was kind of an afterthought, you know, like it was more of an idea to get everything there, but they're gonna realize that it's a requested thing. It's gonna be one of those life improvements that they end up making eventually. When they did the last refresh on the store, I'd kind of thought that they were maybe gonna do it, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see it in the next couple of runs. Yeah, they did clean up a lot of different areas if they limited your view to what you don't need anymore. I mean, I know that there's certain things that you can get multiple copies of and have a benefit of it, but there are certain things that you don't. I think one of the things that I've been noticing is like in the Section 31 store, the mirror that's in there. No, the multiphasic chamber. Like that one I have unlocked, but it's still there. Every once in a while my habit makes me want to click on it. Yeah, just separating out the event store coins that you have left over, or the battle pass milestone credits. There's a lot of things. That's one of the that's one of the things that's interesting to look at on Spox Club every once in a while is the list. The list of all the things. Like I can kind of remember like when it was where you could actually like look through there and find what you're looking for, but now it's so difficult because the list is so long. Yeah, I'm kind of actually surprised now I'm thinking about it that they didn't make the Armada one a 2-day event. A lot of times when things get really grindy like that, they cut it into 2 days. Because some people have trouble getting the directives necessary to make a really good, strong effort into it. Or they gift the directives or something. That's true. It is only participation that's required. And I don't know if there was more than like the 2 different Armada types that would work or not, but well, like the G6 solos and then the regular faction Armadas. I don't know if there's any other bed types between like the 26 through 60s. I mean, they used to do it where you could do the faction one and then do like the pirate strongholds and stuff too. I guess nowadays the equivalent of the pirate strongholds is the the G6 armadas for the extra stuff. Yeah, we'll have some whatever we're gonna have for Klingon tomorrow. Because we had hostiles and then we had armadas. Mining? We're gonna end up having to mine tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, I told that to my alliance too. I was like, it doesn't pay to try to sit there and fight for 60s if the 60 system's too busy, because you can go all the way down to 26s. Well, not 26s. 30s? I don't remember where they start, but yeah, you can go all the way down if you had to. Yeah, I've definitely done that before in other Armada events, like go do some like G3 epics or something with the really small players or the alt accounts or whatever. But surprisingly, the 60 system wasn't terribly busy when I was doing them today here. It looked like the game might be just picking up a little bit. People are starting to get back into the game, but I know some people have a little bit tougher time with it than others too, trying to get the directives together. Worked out pretty good though. We were able to get a couple of people up in from the 40s up into the 60 system today to get some starts in and get some credits. Sometimes doing the G3 ones is a little bit more fun too, because you can actually see in the systems in scout form. Sometimes the Fog of War systems just suck. It's not as big of a deal now that they got the timings all cranked way up, but when it was like a 20 or 30-minute respawn on some of them, that was real tough during the Armada events. Yeah. I don't remember if the first time that they improved the timers, if it was after G4. It would have been after G4 was launched. But it was just such a pain in the ass to do the G4 ones because of Fog of War, so you'd have to have like 4 ships sitting in systems just to watch. But yeah, it would be, what was it, 15 minutes for an uncommon and 30 minutes for a rare and 45 for an epic or something. And back then everything was ranked based on the Armada rarity too. Those times were tough. Like, I was actually really amazed today with how quick some of those armadas were respawning. How's progress going on this? Yeah, I don't know if it might not be feasible to try to do a double pull. A little more leveling and it'll be good though. Well, 6 billion points. That's a good start. I did find the con stuff. Champion trophies. I look forward to being able to use those someday. I feel like there's almost more than what is like usable. Yeah, I know that's one of those things. I don't even know. Is that at superior when you start using those? Yeah. No? Yeah, these things. That's a good start. That's a long road away. But that'll probably actually come quicker than I think too. It's an interesting, it's almost like its own separate loop. I do kind of like that aspect of it because it's kind of like an evolution. Like you work into once you progress to a certain point of the main loop, then you get the ability to be able to do that secondary loop. Because I think that's kind of like what they tried to do with Voyager, but I think they're accomplishing it better here. All the P1 ATA research does. Interesting. I didn't have a hard time with the Voyager loop myself. That one actually went really quick. I was really impressed with how quick it was to get that ship maxed and everything, and the research all maxed with it. It was almost disappointing. Yeah, that was the best thing in the world. Like when I came up to G6, that Voyager, that was out running around unlocking systems and picking up missions and stuff like that. But yeah, now there's so much built into it. It's not a niche anymore. It's kind of a universal almost with the specialty ships. Well, like the most impressive part about that is like I haven't done like hardly any of the NX-01 research just because that just natively on its own has such good warp range. Or that combined with my research bonuses. But like I've never had to have the research done to increase the warp range of the ship because it stuck up with the hostile strength pretty closely. That was a very, very, very well developed ship. Like I think the Eviscerator is kind of in the same boat where it the warp range kind of matches the hostile ability that it can take on. Reasonably close. Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be misunderstandings in the development cycle of new content like that. I mean, as long as they're willing to go out and fix it, you know, once the real world application of that new content has been put through the paces and they realize that it's not meeting their needs. But I kind of think that's how they're also working with the content creators a little bit better now to try to flesh some of those new concepts out so they don't have those first day bugs. I wouldn't even call it a bug, just first day missteps. Yeah, I participated in some of those panels and stuff before. I mean, they're taking like surveys on like day 3 of the arcs right now too, or day 2 of the arcs. So like, I mean, they're gathering that feedback. I mean, whether they're taking action on that, hard to guess. I just know that the content creators have a little bit of opportunity to get in on the development cycle a little bit earlier before things are really ready to, you know, like be introduced into the game. So they can share their goals and kind of figure out the way that they intend to implement some of these things and how they kind of plan to scale them and stuff. If they have that worked out early enough, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have some of that input. Not saying that all the content creators are necessarily that deep dive into the game where they would have very valuable feedback, but it's a resource that they have available to them to use. Yeah, that needs to really be my next effort, is to get the Augment Hunter upgraded. Yeah, I imagine. I haven't really heard much for any hints about what next month's arc's gonna be, but I think what is it? Strange New Worlds is starting next season again, real soon. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a revisit there. Even if it's just for 1 month. We are kind of due for one of them catch-up arcs too, where they just kind of go back and do a little refresh on a couple things here and there. Put some officer shards out that they haven't put out for a while. Maybe even a little bit of a Fleet Commander revisit. Oh, it got me. Did I kill it? I must have killed it. Nice. Well, that's my 1d7 for the week. Nope, I'm not even going to attempt that thing. I don't have the hull left to be able to take that thing on. Is that really the only the explorer that's left? I didn't look to see if that guy killed the DY or not. Okay, Bunny Bot. Yeah, the shuttle be a research thing too. I always get nervous on those 2-day events because I feel like there's gonna be like something that starts tomorrow. Hasn't to use the speed ups because of for the armadas. Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing Scopely's been really good about is making me feel like anytime I have a resource available that if I use it, it's gonna be needed tomorrow. I mean, it's a great sales strategy. I guess I don't know if that categorizes more under FOMO or if it's just have not kind of situation. Like they get you every once in a while. Like they'll have 2 events on one day where they have synergy, and then they'll throw a third one in on the second day. It's like, oh, I already had 2 events that worked together, so I just assumed that that was going to be where it was left. But like that's happened. That's happened to me a lot with like forbidden tech upgrades and artifact restorations and stuff. Like I see the one main event start, and then like the daily secondary event will be there, and I'm like, okay, like this event has synergy, this pays off to do today. And then yeah, you go log into the game the next day and it's like, oh, this is actually a better synergy event because this pays out event store loot. But luckily, a lot of the stuff in the game is easy enough to come by that you can kind of tweak out some of that stuff. The only thing I've had a lot of trouble with has been the elite wave defenses. That one, if I don't have the right amount saved, then I don't have a way of accumulating enough because that's got a really slow drip to it. Unless like the battle pass event pays out a couple that day or something where you can get a double dip out of it that way. But that does require some things to line up the right way. All right. So I think that's about time to call that a stream for the night. Thanks everybody for stopping by. I really appreciate your time. I think we're gonna go ahead and let's raid out to Bafty. He's working on an A to Z game challenge. He's just chatting right now the way it looks, but he's been working on this special little event with the A to Z games. I'm sure she'll tell you about it when we get in there. stick around. Followers can use this raid message. Please copy that and we'll paste it in the chat. Subscribers can use this raid message. Again, thanks everybody for joining tonight. Have a good evening. And we'll catch you on the next
Hello.
one. Thank you for the follow, Osu. You follow just the time to join on the raid out. Stewie.
Hello.